I need to change that thumbnail. Let's see. All right. I should do a Twitter post. I need to get a picture tricky. Do my files. VTubers tricky. It's gonna be the mummy model, so is it this? I want some kind of render. That's Nouvelle. This one. We'll grab a still from this. All right, there goes that. I need clip. You're gonna have to give me a minute. I'm still kind of in my startup process. This and okay. Done with that. Back here. Okay, now do a post on Twitter. Or I should. No, I should just do stream. So over here. I should really do like a starting soon screen or something. Studio.x.com. Producer live create. Okay, that is started. Post. Is it 2 eyes for her Twitter? It's 2 eyes. Okay, post. That'll work. Okay, now we are working in here. Okay. So, do I want to start with an older model of Tricky? Or do I want to remake from scratch? Do I even need? I might need a shader. I'm just used to this layout, so we'll go with it. The cube. Goodbye, cube. Sacrifice to the Blender gods. Yeah, I gotta do my initial setup. See, I don't know if I need to summon another cube. An arcane model? Interesting. I mean, they're not that different. I mean, the only real difference is the head, right? Whether it's anime in style or because arcane definitely it definitely has like the lips are more prominent, and so is like the nose. Yeah, well, I'm probably gonna have to do that with this because I suppose I could start throwing in references. We are doing tricky. Yeah. I mean, the nose is surprisingly more complex than most people think when you're actually like blocking and stuff. All right, we are doing Tricky's mummy model. So this. Here's here's. Oh, and she actually gave me her big PNG. All right. So most of this model is gonna be, I guess, not new, but I am not used to making 3D prints. So I'm probably gonna have to figure things out as I go. Yes, I'm gonna do a 3D print file. I have Tricky's permission to make one and put one up for sale, so. Not new. I've made a VR chat model of this. And I'm thinking about going and getting the body, but the wings and the hair and the legs are all going to have to get redone. So, like, I could bring in the body to start with, but I mean, at that point, I might as well just, start from scratch. Yeah. I'm not sure if I should do these strands, because I mean, these are like really thin, or if I should, make real feathers and do the wings. I mean, this is artwork, and they're supposed to be feathers, and the styles are always different depending on the. Oh shit! You did not see that. There was nothing there. Nothing at all. Um, where the fuck did they go? They're all invisible still. Um, one of those references was not safe. I didn't notice. So, I'm just gonna. Okay. Oh shit! Is it this one? I think it's this one. Hold on. I mean, I might make the model not safe eventually, but because I have a very distinct idea of what this is going to be, and if you know Tricky, um, this will be funny, but eh, I don't like doing. I like I like doing female models more than male models, but that's just my personal preference. Uh, shit. Okay, so I gotta delete that. I gotta go in to the actual reference. Okay, she's safe everywhere else, right? Yes. Because I am not the kind of guy that does that. Even in like VR chat, where 90% of the guys wear female models, I still wear a male model. I am not porcelain made. My soul is not stuck in a female doll. So, oops. Okay. Where? Why did I close? Must have closed my folders. Oh yeah. Already? The ads are still playing. Says there's another minute 30 for them. Weird. Lucky you then. I went and I paid the whatever the monthly thing is, so I don't get ads. Yeah, that would explain it. If not enough companies have signed up for ads in your region, you'll get less than other places. Um. Okay, YouTubers Tricky. There's Tricky. There she is. This. Well, I mean, I guess I don't need to. I don't need to have that reference up because I've already got the individual parts. Okay, so that was the original reference. These are the. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I still have to get my version to. I have to get the facial expressions on it. I've been lazy. Been doing other people's projects. Okay, I need to make these so they're viewable from every side. Mine? Yeah, I guess I'm pretty small. I don't actually like this model that I'm using right now very much, and like I can make it a bit bigger, but this model I'm using, I think I threw it together in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and it was intended for as a temporary model for VR chat. It wasn't meant to be a VTuber model. So, you know, not not my best work at all. I'm not actually sure how accurate the camera gets it. I always feel like it's the tracking's not good enough. Oh, it was like 2+ years ago. So, not I'm way better now in modeling, and it was a fast model. So, not my finest work. And I don't think I ever really got used to the doing the over exaggerated facial expressions. So I don't know if like I need to exaggerate more to make the avatar move more. And it's kind of hard because the avatar is up over my head on a screen that I am not seeing at any given moment. So I'm not paying attention to my avatar. Yeah, well, here, I'll zoom this in more. Yeah, this was not a good model. The more I zoom in, the more I don't like it. And it's a full body model. It's just the the fur on the collar, not good. I think I see some clipping. I can't. I never. I never learned to control the model, basically. And the textures and the lighting aren't great. I don't think I ever took the time to figure those out. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna have to do with the new one. So yeah, so they're I guess you make them oversensitive. I'm also I feel um like the iPhone also isn't tracking me very well. Like I don't know. Let's see how far on average my phone is 26 inches away from me, which is like 66 centimeters. And I don't know if that's too far or if I should find a way to drag it closer. I know I think the closer it gets, the better. Uh never tried that. Yeah, I haven't done webcam tracking before, so hmm. Let's see. Okay, so how do I go about starting this? I suppose I'm not sure actually, because I don't have to worry about textures. I don't have to worry about blend shapes. I don't have to worry about too much in the way of rigging. Um, it's hard to tell because this is a different process than my usual. I mean, I know, like, since I'm going to put this for sale, it would be good to have a full colored version of the model. Maybe I should go ask some of the other 3D modelers how they color their models, because I know they don't like doing UVs. Hmm. I think no. Well, they might do it on like heads and stuff. I think. I don't know really. I don't I don't think I've ever seen Rush do a UV map. I can't remember seeing Den do a UV map. Like, I've seen them doing like shader coloring, which doesn't involve texture maps or UVs at all. So but yeah, since we're dealing with a 3D print, color doesn't matter because the printer prints in one color. What matters to the printer is having enough polygons. So this is probably going to be like a 2 million-ish polygon model, especially if we're doing like actual feathered wings. The hard part about this will be merging everything together so that all the mesh is watertight, that there's no floating like nodes or edges anywhere. And then cutting it into pieces, because like say if this is going to be like a 10-inch figure, let's say, a lot of people's 3D printers, especially if they're using the resin ones, which are the high quality ones, their printer area space isn't that big. It's like 15 centimeters by 25 centimeters is the biggest thing they can. And I think it can go up to like maybe 30 centimeters tall. So that's the volume you have to work with. So you have to print things in pieces. So like each wing will be a piece. Her head will be a piece. Some of the hair that like flies off would be their own pieces. The wings will be their own pieces. Each leg will be cut right where the skin meets the, I guess this would be feathery material. So each leg would be a piece. That way they can print what they can fit and then print the remaining parts and then assemble it afterwards. Not to mention, when they're in pieces, it'd be easier to paint areas that would be harder to reach. So like the hair at the back of the head, like getting in there to paint that hair would be hard if the head was attached. So, you know, having the head come off and maybe the hair pieces also be able to come off. That way you could paint all around and then assemble after. So those are going to be the hard parts, quote unquote hard parts for me. Because I'm not used to doing those cuts. But yeah, I gotta get the model, pose the model, adjust everything to the pose, because I'm sure you've seen, like, when arms bend, like, elbows don't always look right, and that you gotta fix. You want it to look as nice as you can. So, I guess I will start with Tricky's, like the model I did make for VR chat. Give me a moment to open up a different blender. There's a chance it's not safe for Twitch, so Blender Tricky Hybrid. Um, oh wow, this thing. So okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, yes, she is not safe. Yeah, skip. Oh, and I wasn't even using TX layers back then, so. Okay, I can't import this. Let's open a different version. What was the last version I edited? Oh, hey, this one actually doesn't have that. Okay. We can live with that for now, I think. Definitely gonna have to fix that mesh though. Yeah, don't worry. I'm checking for not safe for work content. That's what I'm gonna be dealing with here. Bu- 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 And you're gonna get to see what an old model looks like. The thing at the bottom, usually, I usually use it for like a pose, placeholder. So like if I want to take a picture of a pose, I will, you know, do the save on a frame, and then like on frame 0 I'll have the T pose, and then frame 1 will have pose 1, frame 2 will have a different pose, and so on and so forth. So I usually leave it open for that purpose. But okay, guess we can import this one. I just got to make sure I import the right one. V2 skirt VRC. All right, back over here. File append VTubers tricky hybrid. Skirt collection avatar. All right. I am not good enough to do animations. Like, I understand the basic concept of them, but I haven't been able to, like, produce a solid one yet. But then again, I mean, I've spent most of my time, making the VTuber or VR chat model. Animation wasn't really a priority. Terraria. I don't think I've touched Terraria in years. This was a bot, right? Yeah, it's a bot. Oh, no. Mostly because I fear the amount of hard drive space that would require. Yeah. I mean, all the VODs are over on YouTube if you go to the live tab. So they're all there, but like, we're talking about compressing 60 plus hours of work into what, 20 minutes? It's kind of a lot. And I don't think my hard drive has the space for it. I want to say it's like, how much is a 1080p? 1080p 1 hour video. Basic streaming. Average. So 1 hour of 1080p capture, and I'm on a 1440 screen, is between 1 gigabyte to 3 gigabytes. So let's just say like 2 gigabytes per hour of video. So if I've got 60 to 100 hours, that's 120 gigabytes of uncompressed video. Well, not uncompressed, but like, not compressed down into the 20 or 30 or 1 hour even. Because I feel like compressing that much amount of time into something in under an hour would probably be like that you just see, things moving. Which is probably why I don't see a whole lot of videos like that on YouTube. I think there's a few, but they're of just sculpting processes or like just the head. Then again, I haven't searched, so I could be wrong. What's 3D? 3D modeling time lapse. That, I guess this would be one. content is not available. Oh, here's someone did Jane Doe. This content is not available. Okay, my YouTube is broken. It's showing me nothing but this content is not available for every video I've clicked on now. Based on your description, I think I know who you're talking about. Hold on, I'm checking. Oh, I'm still streaming, I think. That's not right. Wait. No, no, I guess it is right. Yeah. I suddenly can't remember his name, but yeah, he's kind of an abrasive guy. He's a good modeler, not the friendliest. Easy to irritate. I think there's like he's had some drama or something. So from what I understand, it was probably a little bit blown out of proportion. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we are talking about the same person. See, that's the thing. A lot of people get angry about something that they didn't have any direct experience with, and I try not to do that. If I've not been involved, if I've not seen evidence, I don't. I don't. I don't deal with it. It's just better that way. No reason for me to be angry on other people's behalf. And from what I know, it's not that bad to toss a cat onto a bed. They can land pretty damn well. Now, if it landed on its head and broke its neck, that's a whole different thing. But we're talking about a cat. They're natural acrobatics. Tricky's yelling in my ear. Okay, so this is really weird. My YouTube, every video I click on says content is not available. Try again. Even my own stream. True. Maybe they're angry at my ad blocker. So this would have started in the last, hour or so, but okay, that thumbnail has to change. Uh, will I get color if I click here? Obvious. This is another thing about Blender I don't get. You need to just start on standard. All right, give me a sec. I want to capture. Uh, ad started again. Yeah, I was trying to get a picture. The YouTube thumbnail is still of Croc, so so I just took a screenshot of what you see now, and I'm saving that so I can. Okay, so that edit, change this, change. I am clearly not a great streamer. This is the kind of stuff I should have ready before stream. Where did I save this? File. Oh, I think I saved it as okay. Let me see what I did. This. Save. All right, that should be fixed now. Okay, back to Blender. Okay, we are gonna go back to Grayscale. By the way, this is, let's see, how old is this model? When did I initially make this? I made this in November 2023. I've definitely come a lot better when it comes to the hair. The shader is very toon-like, which I don't do that anymore. The mesh works a lot different too. No, this isn't bad mesh work. I was probably copying off of some other model. Is everything... Oh, the head's actually merged to the body. Yeah. Well, I mean, it takes a lot of practice, and like, it's always good to go get other people's models and like examine how they do like their mesh in like key areas, like around the arms and where things merge together is a good place to look at. Find people who've got good mesh and then learn from them. Like I want to get the models for the game that just came out, the Arknights Endfield. I want to get a bunch of the models out of the game, so I can pick them apart here in Blender. We could see how they do their mesh for certain things. Yeah. I mean, you don't need a full body for a VTuber model. You just need like hips up, really. And you know, you don't need what's underneath the clothing, and that'll make it work better. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, I want to do what he does and get those models. I don't necessarily need to make like videos of it because he's already making videos of that exact thing. But yeah. I'm sure he will do an examination of the models whenever they are easier to get. Because right now, I think the only way to get them is for someone to rip them out of the game. Which, since it's an online game, there's risk to losing your account if you do that. But someone will do it. So, all right. Let's see. How does this compare? So this is her actual model. This is her reference. I feel like I could have narrowed her body a bit more. All right, there's some things I gotta. Don't mind what I'm doing right now for a little bit. I think delete that. Select this whole thing. Delete that. Let's see over here. This and this. Don't mind me. I'm just closing off sections that don't need to be here. All right. Now we're good. So I can now Do this, mesh, normals. Flip to outside. This hair. So I got to change the eyes because we can't do socket eyes for a 3D print. I have to actually put eyes in there. All right, have a good one. Big stream tomorrow. Let's see. Let me. I guess it's all compressed into here. Hello. Oh, God damn it. Okay. I should really pay more attention to what I'm importing. And thanks for following. I didn't realize you were on Kick, so it didn't give me an actual sound alert. Yep, we're doing Tricky Wee. I am making a 3D print model. So I'm taking an old VR chat model that I made a long time ago, and we're going to rebuild it because it is not at all ready for 3D print. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, I'm almost thinking I should just build a whole new body. It takes a while to learn. Once you learn, I mean, there's a lot, but it's not too difficult if you take it one piece at a time. God damn it, Blender. I'm gonna get banned. I just know it. No, don't do that. Okay, I think I'm good now. Well, I mean, yeah, 3D printing small parts isn't exactly easy, which is why you typically try not to do anything that's too small. Like these horns, these lower ones here. I don't know why everything's black. But I'll probably have to make those bigger. Why are they colored? I feel like I should just redo everything. All right. All right. I'm gonna redo everything. Everything. Okay, so we're going to grab this is our actual VTuber model. I need a cube. Oops. Add cube here. Cheat TV. I mean, she's streaming over on Twitch right now. TTV, isn't that the? I thought that was the like icons and stuff, or that's Better TV. Or there's a couple different kinds. Like, oh yeah, that's her. That's her Twitch right now. She's streaming whatever that newest Pokemon was. She was actually a Pokemon streamer before she became a VTuber. Well, not streamer, but she was a YouTuber. Okay. What? How tall do we want this 3D print? She's going to be sitting. Well, let's see. The wings kind of play a big part of it. What is a good 3D print size? That's oh, that is not a flattering voice mod she just turned on. Let's see. Where would I find a 3D print? Hmm. I'm not. Am I a mod pack? Are we talking like the avatar model that I'm using for my stream, or? Oh, yeah, I don't get it. That one went over my head then. Oh, you're talking about the SDK part of that. Okay, yeah, I get it. I mean, SDK is software development kit. There was another meaning for SDK too, which makes sense with. It's kind of a. Yeah. That's kind of a twofold thing with the lore of the character, but it's the initially SD was Sage Dragon, but SDK in the terms of software development kit also fits for the character, since he's basically, if you, how to put it, the story I made, the magic of that world is treated much like programming and software, and he is basically a walking computer. Yeah. Well, the actual appearance of the character is oh, it didn't pop up. Why didn't it pop up? Did I lose the picture? Hold on. Oh, I see what's going on. There it is. That's the original character. I made him a long time ago, and when I started doing 3D modeling and streaming, I needed a VTuber character. Since everyone typically used creature types, I took him, since he was already made, and basically tried to humanize the character. And this model I'm using now is an old, rough draft of a human version. But yeah, basically in that story, like, crystals basically contained the circuitry of any arcane type stuff. So basically you would design / code a spell and etch it into crystal. And since he's got a bunch that are built into his body, he's basically the walking computer of that world. There's a lot more to the character, but I don't have a good, easy way, quick way of explaining it, so. Yes, he was actually made. He's not a natural creature. And he is not the main character of the story. In fact, he was built to be the antagonist, or the visible antagonist. But as I said, he was made, so someone's pulling the strings behind him. But that was like a story I made like a decade ago. So I just kind of repurposed him. And now he's, and actually the human form is actually another character in the story that basically he's taking the human form of when he wants to be more blending in. Oh, I didn't find what the height of a good 3D model is. Where do I find a 3D figurine? 3D figure. 3D print figure. Actually, I could just go to, we'll go rush Zilla figures Etsy, because I know that's where he sells them. All right. So one of Rush's standing figures is. Just gotta have the size listed somewhere. Does he not list standard sizes? Let me try a different one. I thought you had to set them at a standard. I know you could scale them, but I thought you had to set them so that things fit together properly. All right. Have a good one. My stream has only begun, so I will be here a while. Yeah, box. The box is, I'm going to set that to whatever the height is. Or is going to be. So right here. No, not that. This 2 meters. That's 2 meters. That's way too big. We're going way down. Mm, 32 millimeters is way too small. That's like a D&D figure. I need like larger collectibles, 6, 7 inches, 18 centimeters. Standard figure heights. A 1/10 scale is 7 inches. I guess that's about right. Well, it still seems a little small for me. Well, I can adjust it until we get to the cutting stage. You know what? I'm going to switch the units. We're metric. We're not going to use meters. We're going to use centimeters. Because that's what all 3D prints seem to be in for the most part. Centimeters and millimeters. So 18, 18. Scale. So that's the height of the figure, which is absolutely tiny. What is 5'5" in centimeters? Calculator. That's a calendar. 5 times 12 plus 5, 65. So fuck. 65 inches to centimeters. 165. So 1/10 figure of tricky is 6.5 inches. Which means this should technically. You know what? I'm going to do her full size. We're going to go up. 165. So we're going to do her full size until we get her posed and in position. Okay. Okay. All of this. I'm going to scale down. Push it out of the way. Actually, it could be on this plane. That's fine. I don't know if I could turn off the black outline to a picture. Probably not. Oh well. Okay. So this is her actual size, real world size. Ooh, let me save this. Okay, next. Crap. Hmm. Hmm. It would be a lot easier to start with a body. Oh, I just can't use the one I used for that model. I have to use a different one. And actually having that color is a good thing. I need something to go around this arm. Okay. 3D print. So based on this design, I can cut the legs off where they meet harpy legs. It's not an issue. I can cut the hands off on the edges of the bracelets. I can cut the head off on the collar. Hello. Welcome, man. Yeah, it's going good so far. I am planning 3D print. But I might have to add some things. I need a body. That's what I need. But I need one that I can bring here on Twitch. That's not going to get me banned. Maybe one of Tricky's newer models. Don't save this. Pharaoh. I'm in a different blender at the moment, trying to find a model. Let's go with this one. Yeah, this one's probably more likely, but it's taking its time to load. My VRAM's probably full. Close enough. Oh, okay. We're just sitting here waiting. Yeah, I made a VR chat and VTuber model of this character design, but it was so long ago that it's not up to standard. And it's not safe for Twitch. Okay, I need the body and nothing but. But that one's too dangerous. That one's safe. I just need to remove the textures. That's different. I could just... Let me just duplicate this body. Delete the skin. Copy. Paste. There we go. And then I need her head. Copy. Paste. Put this on the reference. Turn it off. All right, so this is a newer form of her body. And it's pre-rigged, which is good. Oh, we got some... Oh, the eye sockets weren't brought over. Well, that's fine. Gonna have to get rid of these textures anyways, but... Delete emotes. Delete head. All right. Okay, now I need to remove all textures I'm not using. They're just going to clog up the file. Clean up, purge unused data. There's still. Why is there still stuff? Oh. Tricky. Armature. Body. Head. Hair. Clothes. Head parts, go in there. I haven't done hair yet. Oh, her fingers aren't tipped purple. Oh, I don't know if that's right. I don't think they are tipped purple in this model yet. All right. I guess I'm gonna start doing hair. How do I need to see a 3D print figure's head so I know how the eyes are made. You know what would probably help is if I got a 3D print file and brought it in. That way I can use it as a reference. Okay, that's paid for. See, like things like this don't work. Oh, why? Let's get rid of all of this because we do not need any of it. Granted, I guess it might help with starting an expression later, so. It's gonna be a lot of adjustments, I think. Mesh, separate selection. We're just gonna do standard. All this way. Cut it. Principal BSDF. Attach that. Get her skin color. Oh, that's the highlights. Those are not needed. Hmm. Subdivision. Okay. This. Oh yeah, I have that other model on. Turn that off. I probably should really find a reference. Because I could be building this entirely wrong. Not what I want. Oh, well. And I got a cat getting in my way. Wants to see what I'm doing. Oh, wait. try something else. Oh, I need to see how they do this. That'll do for now. Am I looking? Oh, good places didn't get. Okay. Let me throw some hair on her, then I'm going to readjust her body shape a little bit. Hold on. Let me grab all these. Mesh, separate selection. Are they black or are they supposed to be purple? A little bit of purple to them. Yeah, I could I already deleted the body. The previous one. I guess we'll just start on here. Add mesh, no, not mesh, curves, path. Add curve, circle. Here, shape. 1. So here is going to be one of the main differences between the way I've done hair before to how this is going to work. We need more detail in the hair for a 3D print. So we need to put more detail in the shape of the hair. So this curve is going to take the geometry of this circle. Well, that's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, how did I move that so far off? All right, there we go. So scale down. All right, now that we've got rough shape, we're going to go to this circle and bring it closer so I can see both at the same time. Now we're going to go reduce this down to 1. We're going to subdivide. Subdivide. Delete that vertice. Scale these. Do another subdivision here. And now we're just gonna give it a shape, which should be giving the hair a shape. I don't know. I could do a gradient based on like Z height, but I feel like that wouldn't work so well for a lot of this. I need to do more subdivisions on this. That should be good. Let me turn on my statistics. We're at 57,000 polygons. We've got a long way to go, too. All right, let me hide the armature. It is just kind of annoying in the way. Okay, I'm gonna make sure this clips back into this. Just to make sure when it prints, it stays attached. Hmm. I need to add fill caps. That way they're ready to be merged later. All right. Let me start work on the other side. Ugh. This is backwards. Oops. Suppose it doesn't really matter in the end. Just making this difficult though. Okay, well, that should be good enough for that. Now to do these. And to do it, I need to duplicate, switch, flip this around. I ain't gotten those mixed up. This. Is this a bunch of strands or probably needs to be a bunch of strands? Well, actually, Duplicate this. Okay. So this one is now going to use this. Now there's texture all around. Well, this add-on exists. Oh. That's not good. Okay. May have to update that mod. Yeah, it's breaking Blender. All right, so which mod is that? Shapekeeper. Okay. Turn that off, uninstall it, and drag in this new version. All right. Now, object applies chosen modifiers. That's not good. Now, I suppose it's not going to matter that much if I delete the shape keys. But what I should do is just get the expression the way I want. Apply the shape keys. So Hmm. Don't like it. All right. Apply all. Apply all. Now there's no more shape keys to complain about. Get rid of the teeth and tongue because they're not going to matter soon enough. We add in a cube. What is going on here? Subdivision apparently does not like that. Back. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Hello. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm currently modeling Tricky, trying to make a 3D print model, which I haven't done before. Most all my models have been VTuber, VR chat related. Yes, she is. Egyptian themed character, so she's got what's left of a mummy outfit. She's currently streaming over on Twitch over on Twitch right now. She's playing Pokemon. This is... I don't know how long this is going to take me. Not used to doing 3D prints. Yeah. I don't know if it's actually listed on the Kick website. I think I tried to put it everywhere. Let's see if I go view my channel. It's the same name I'm using right now, so okay, maybe it's not there. Yeah, if it's just SD Kenji on Twitter. And then there's another secret account. But best not to announce that one. Let's see how. Okay, so she does kind of have a part on her hair. Okay. Okay. Go here. Go there. Go home. Or do you want you're asking for the other account? Just in case, there's the normal one. If you add After Dark, or no, AD, I think, just AD to the end of that, you get the other one. Hmm. I don't think I could link that one. I think there's TOS things involved with doing that. At least it's safer not to. Literally just add AD to the end of that link. Capital A, capital D. Oops. Hmm. I gotta be careful not to, focus too much on things. Granted, so long as I keep the model a Barbie doll, it's fine to stream, but that is the limitation I have. And it'd probably be best for me to put something on her sooner rather than later. I just wanted to get the hair first because, it's hair tends to be a lot of the defining factor for a character. I'm probably gonna have to tweak all this hair, but I'm just mostly blocking in right now. All right, that's not a bad start. Definitely can be better. Ooh, don't want bald spots. Thanks for the follow. Okay. Those are the biggest hairs. We could probably leave that alone for now. I need to get some kind of clothing on her. Thanks. I've done this model as a VR chat model. I'm trying to basically convert it to a 3D print at this point. Just a little bit of a different process. We don't care so much about how big the polygon count is, because the more the better for the 3D printer. What do I want to do? I guess a cube will work. VR chat, VTuber / animation models, mostly. This is the first real 3D print file I've actually tried to make, so. And this is Tricky Wee, who's also currently streaming over on Twitch at the moment, so I have her permission. Let's add a solidifier right now. And add a subdivision. Wherever it gets to. There it goes. Yeah. And I've done plenty, normal models, or I suppose not normal, but, the VTuber VR chat stuff. So modeling is pretty easy at this point for me. It's just doing the things that are required for printing, which are different, is where I will have to figure out. Let's just cut this in half. Mirror it. Well, the body I went and grabbed from her VR chat model. The body and the head. So I couldn't quite tell you. I started this today. So at the start of this stream, I've been working on it for 3 hours. So I have the body. I just put in some hair curve hairs, which are better for mesh, though they're not ideal for VR chat because they tend to have a lot of polygons. Granted, this is a lot more. You could go a lot less for VR chat, but it's got all the hidden polygons that are in here that are useless. So normally I'd retopologize this, but for a 3D print, don't need to worry about it. Yeah, I think I'm pretty quick with model making at this point. We'll do that. So normally what I will do with hair, if I'm making a VR chat, I will convert these to mesh, because they're curves right now, so I can place them easy. But I would convert them to mesh, join them together, and retopologize over the whole thing. So it would all be unified to one object. And I'm probably going to have to do some tweaking of individual hairs because we don't want like crevices like this for the 3D print. It would probably be okay, but I don't think it's a good idea. So it'll just be a lot of tweaking. Oops. Can't touch this too much. I also normally wouldn't do, see all of these bumps. I wouldn't do that for a VR chat model. These are the current shapes of the hair. Normally, I would probably try and make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides, and it would be even. Like, it would be perfectly symmetrical. But because it's a 3D print, all of this detail will actually make it into the print. So it's a faster version. And I probably... well, the hair I probably won't do too much sculpting on. There's some things, like I'm gonna re-sculpt the body a little bit. Just because I think there's things I could change up. Oh yeah, probably. Currently, this model is actually like her full size. It's currently set at 5'5" or whatever her height is. But I'll shrink it down when I get there. I'm thinking, what, 8 inches? 8-inch for the whole model when it's assembled, maybe? Well, so what that's 8 inches, I think, is a 1/10 figurine. Go down to 7 and it's a 1/12. But I mean, a lot of the good 3D prints take a while. And the pose I'm gonna do, if you don't know Tricky, and seeing as on your kick, I don't know how much you watch Twitch, which is where Tricky streams. This is not her current model. Her current model is like oh, I don't have it up here, but it's actually I might have. Let me look in the turntables. Okay, well, first of all, I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna turn off these turntables. Yeah. Where is Tricky's alien? Maybe I lost that when I formatted. Oh no, here it is. So this is Tricky's current. I don't know that it's playing. Oh no, yeah, it's moving. It's just really catching up. She basically made a kind of an alien hybrid version of her character. But so this model that I'm making is like 2 stages back, 2 models back. She had like a pirate design, she had this mummy design, then she had a pharaoh design, and then now she's on the alien. So I've stepped back with these two. But what she was doing something a lot. Yeah, a lot. I'm probably gonna make 2 versions, one with the bandages and one without. But the so to explain the pose, there is a thing Tricky did a lot back when she was using this model, and basically because she didn't want like minors in her stream, she would not only did she have it in the rules that you have to agree to when the first time you try to chat, she constantly was saying it, but also she was doing giveaways for anyone who was 17 and younger, and all they had to do in the chat was say what their age is, and anyone who put in that they were any age under 18 would go into the ban pile. And she would do that like once a stream. And she would do it like 20 minutes after verbally announcing that she was doing the giveaway. And the giveaways were for, a giveaway for an Xbox, a PlayStation, or Steam gift cards. So that is something she was doing regularly during the time when she was using this model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a legally distinct Xbox and PlayStation and maybe a Switch. And she's just going to be sitting on them. And for the one, the pose is going to be the same, but the idea was at first without clothing. Because she would always say she'd do the giveaways for the PlayStation, Xbox, and then catch all the kids. And then she would regularly say, hey, yes, at some point we are going to have an actual giveaway for the adults in the room. So then when I was talking with her last night, I realized that she never did a giveaway for the adults. So I was like, what if I made an adult model with her sitting on the consoles and then using like Steam gift cards to cover herself? Like you might see a model using playing cards doing the same. So that's the idea. Or I might do, her sitting in a beanbag with consoles being actual size rather than normal console size. I haven't quite decided which way I'm going to go with that yet. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing that. I'm making the 3D print files, and we're going to put those up for sale. I don't know if we're ever going to do like a fully made and painted figure. I kind of want to do airbrushing, make some figurines. I think that would be a fun thing to do on stream. Though, of course, the consoles do have to be legally distinct. There won't be like any Xbox logo on the side, and they'll be slightly different shapes. But they'll be close enough that if you have been around Tricky long enough, you'll get the joke. Yeah. Well, she actually has part of her kind of lower character design. She has a bunch of ghosts. One of them being this little guy who lives in whatever shirt she's wearing. And they all have names. And one of them is Zaibu, spelled Xiboo. So we were thinking, hey, if we just knock that last O off and put an X, it'd be the Zybox. Unfortunately, that's the only one that works that well out of all the ghosts characters she has. Oh yeah, Xiboo. That is the name of the ghost, and so just drop off the last O and put an X. Which is just a conveniently. We just have to add an I in there. For the PlayStation, though, the best I've come up, she has a ghost called Chillaboo, so. So the only thing I could come up was using that one as the chill station. So that's the best I can come up with that one using her ghosts. Okay, we need another. I'm just trying to make something that covers her for now. I will come back and make proper bandages. Oh, I mean, you can use, like I could do the same thing for the hair. I can just make a rectangle, like make one of these a rectangle, and then use these curves to just, follow around the body. I was just being lazy and just wanted something quick and easy. Sometimes it takes more time to set up something that would be efficient if you were going to do a lot. Like, this is just a temporary, not going to be here for that long. So, that's good enough. The wings are going to be tricky. No pun intended. Because these are supposed to be feathers. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I tend to put a lot more detail in the stuff. Normally, I'm texturing a lot of detail, so sculpting detail is going to be a little bit new to me, but which makes me think, if I'm doing bandage wraps, and I wonder if I need to add like a material texture, like I mean, you know what a bandage would look like, the gauze kind of stuff. I wonder if I need to actually get that kind of a texture into it. Because I can't paint texture because 3D prints don't care about color. Anyways, I still have to. There is some body adjustments I have to make. I think your hips need to come out a little bit more. Narrow up here a little bit. That's true. I'm more thinking the resin printers, which do really good detail, just because, you know, most people who do figures are probably on a resin printer anyways, versus the filament with the spool. Okay. I might have to this is her reference image, so I don't know if the tattoo is actually indented. Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, there's the printers that have the big spool on them that feed a plastic wire in. It melts the wire and squirts it in a pattern. The other printer, the resin printer, um, there's a big. You have it's called a tank that's sitting at the bottom. It has a clear, like plastic bottom, and underneath it is a UV LCD screen. And what happens is this resin that you pour into the tank with the clear bottom, when the screen lights up, the UV light cures the resin that gets hit by the light. So what you do is a build plate comes down, sinks into the bottom, and leaves a very slight layer of resin between the plate and the clear bottom and the screen. It will, for like a second, flash the screen on and then move up one layer. The screen will flash again for the next layer, move up, so on and so forth. So where the extruder printer has to, you know, run its little head around following the perimeter of the thing and then zigzagging back and forth in the middle, the resin printer can do an entire layer of that in 2 seconds. And not only that, the detail of the resin print is determined both by how far the build plate moves up, determines the thickness of the layer, and then the pixel resolution of the display, which are usually these days like 8K screens that are like 4 by 3-inch screens at 8K. So you can imagine the resolution is insanely high. So as much better, much smoother outcome, and it prints way faster. The problem is when you pull it out, you've got this model that's coated in like a semi-viscous fluid that you have to go wash off with alcohol. You have to put it in another curing station of UV light or left outside to harden to its full extent. So there's more fumes, there's more cleanup. but it gives you a nicer looking, more detailed print that you don't have to sand nearly as much, if at all. It's actually not that much different than the filament printer. So let's see. Ender 3D printer. So a good starting filament printer looks to be like 200 to 300. So let's say 250. A resin 3. A resin 3D printer. Here's a decently one for Elegoo for 200. So a cure station for 100 if you don't want to, trust the sun to get an even UV light. But they can get pretty expensive. Like I'm seeing some resin printers up at like 700. But there's definitely starter ones that are smaller at about the same price range. The other big difference between the two types is the filament printer typically has like a work bed area of like almost 1 square foot, whereas a resin printer is only got the size of that screen, which can be like 3 by 2 inches to like 6 by 4 inches. So they're not nearly as big. But again, the speed in which they print is significantly faster. Because the filament printer, to do a full layer at the same, assuming they were printing the same object, a full layer of a filament printer probably takes like, I'm going to say 3 minutes. The resin printer, printing that same model, same size, same layer, again, does the full layer in 2 seconds. Because all it has to do is flash UV light and let just that little bit of layer cure. Granted, it might have to do something like 3 or 4 layers to get the same thickness as the filament printer, but still, that's 4 times 3 seconds. You're still well under 30 seconds, and it still takes minutes for the other one. The problem with that is to make sure the UV light doesn't like totally escape, the resin can't be clear. So all the resins, well, there are some clear ones, but I think there's some kind of specialty thing. But most of the resins are like gray, like they're milk in color and consistency. Well, they're thicker than milk, but it's the same amount of, you can't view like into the liquid. And they do that so that the UV light doesn't get out and, cure areas that aren't supposed to get cured. The level of opacity. So because of that, you couldn't do a hologram unless they made some other kind of it would have to be like because the light traveling anywhere the UV light travels through the resin, that section of resin will start to harden. So the only way you could really do it is if you had a resin that takes a lot of UV light to harden. And it being transparent, obviously, because the light's got to get all the way through it. And then it focuses to a point, which at that point it would probably be faster than the filament for sure. But you're still working like a filament where it's a point that is being cured and you have to move that point around. Granted, I mean, I guess that is the same way holograms typically do work. Something's moving really fast, shooting light. So there's probably a way to do it. Yeah. Give me a sec. I gotta go tell someone something. I'll be right back. All right. That didn't take long, but there is food available. So I might go AFK here. Actually, AFK for like 10 minutes. Wings. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna put an AFK message. Yeah. What time is it? It is. Wow. That's usually don't do food that early. Oh well. Um, 5. I'll just 15. I'll say I'm back at 5:30. What time? Yeah. I'm gonna give myself 15 minutes. I might be back sooner. I usually eat pretty quick. All right. You know. All right. I will be back in 15 minutes or so. All right, I'm back. Turn off the AFK. Feel like I'll go a little smaller. I get rid of the blend shapes already. Yes, I did. Okay. Oh my God. Too much. What the? Oh, see, all right, let's see. If I bring in the ears from one of the other models, that would help. Let me save this. I don't know which would be better. Not what I wanted. Since it's here. Yeah, I definitely don't want those old ears. Been recent. Where is Alien Tricky? Waiting for it to load. I want to turn down the music in my ear. I don't see it. Well, the music's gonna. Oh. Well, you didn't have the music playing for a while, so or the whole stream really. Whoops. But I need to kill it anyway, so. Oh god, now it's loud in my ear. Route to the cable. Duplicate to the earbud. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to do more on this. I didn't make any inner ear stuff, looks like. Well, I'm gonna copy these just to do it. When I copy an object from one blender to another, I wish it wouldn't take the entire armature with it. Yeah, this is gonna have some problems 3D printing. Sharp edges like that are a pretty big no-no from what I understand. Mm, Hmm. Oh yeah, I needed to get some feathers. Some. Oops. You know what? I'll just start with one. And a subdivision. That looks all nice. And we'll add solidify. Too much. That'll do. Okay. Then put the hair back. More or less. A little bit big. I may change it, but change this to individual. Separate selection. All right. Mirror. And we need solidify. God, too much. Yes. Hmm. This ain't right. Okay. How am I going to deal with the ears to make them better? I feel like I need to make some feathers. Hmm. Good evening. How are you today? Hmm. Let's see. How do I want to make a feather? Uh, uh, Hmm. Let's add a subdivision. What would be an easy way to replicate these? Well, first I'm gonna do material. Black feather. Mm. Feel like it would be better to sculpt this. But then I wouldn't be able to color it either. Mm. Oh, I knew feathers would be a pain. You know what? Instead, let me just select inside. Mesh separate. Selected. Hmm. There should be one here I have to do too. Okay. Oh, that's really sharp too. That's a problem. This should hold up better. Okay, well, that should print well enough. Feel like I do want to put some feathers in here. I need to have the mesh on each other. More easy to see when it's actually touching everything. Hmm. Okay. We can add a mirror to this. And they're over there too. Kind of odd. The inside of her ear more purple than anywhere else. I think we want it darker. All right. The horns. Oh, I do have to do those legs. I believe she does. Yeah, she does have human legs. Hmm. I feel like the shape of the head is wrong somehow. I think I'm gonna have to actually go find a reference model for a 3D print. Where can I get one that I don't actually have to pay for? Alright. Found a model of Miku. That should work. Import. What are these files? Types. STLs. Where's the head? There's the head. Damn, 300,000 polygons. That's just so dense I can't even see it. Oh God. Okay, that's horrifying. Okay, I feel like there is going to be a better example than that. Oh. Could try this one. Found Mirko from My Hero. And these are STL files again, so file, import, STL, Mirko. I don't know, there's no head specific, so it's either going to be, I think it's going to be body. God, it's ginormous. Yeah. This is half the mesh density of that last head. For head and torso. The back of the head's gone. Oh God, the smile. That's... Good God. Okay, so at least for this one, they really didn't do anything for the eye. It's just two spheres. So I haven't found any of something I would consider good. It's creepy. Ugh. Hmm. Oops. Ugh. Yeah, it doesn't turn out right. Okay. Shade smooth. And another something. Oh. Mm. Hmm. Oops, forgot something. All right, close enough. As long as I'm missing anything else. Ugh. Should do the horns. Hmm. I mean, those are not that hard. It's kind of the general shape is easy, but then trying to put in the detail that all the colors represent is it's indicating that there are ridges. I need a circle. And I need the curve. Okay. Hmm. And there you go. This. Hello. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. Mirrors. Yeah, it looks like your cheeks are sucked in. Right. Let's see if I push this, if it'll solve the problem I feel like I'm having. Oh, okay. Why are we lagging? Okay. Need to save. Okay, I'm gonna play Carrot Shader a little bit. No. UV. No. Mapping. And texture coordinate. And color ramp. Mix color. Feel like why is this so? I feel like it's not using the right. Why is this one strand so much darker than the rest? Oh well, close enough. This doesn't look that great. I feel like I need to use this method of merging the legs up more. This looks a lot smoother than some of the stuff I've done more recently. I'm going to make the rib cage more prominent when we get to higher poly. Come on, Thunder. I need a new tail too, I think. I don't think I like the last one I did enough. Especially for a 3D print. How do I want to do this? I could do a cone. Cylinder, rather. Suddenly feel like that's not long enough. Oh, I mean, they cancel out the front problems. Hello. I'm just looking at how long this thing is. That's got to be like her body length plus. Like if we're only looking at the legs, it's at least worth 2.5 legs. Right now, the one I have is only worth 2 legs. Probably more like that. But we don't need to go that far. This is going to be a 3D print, and I don't think it'd be that easy to separate the tail. No, actually, because there isn't any flame. It's all feather. He doesn't have any flame effects. Does kind of look like flame though, so I could see that. Okay. What else? I think we're gonna have to make a couple of these for both arms. Just so I have some way to cut the model. Actually, let me see. Give me a... cylinder? Resin. At least I intend them to be resin, because... I mean, you should be using resin if you're gonna do, like, figurines and stuff. I feel like the FDM printers are more for engineering kind of purposes. The bigger build space, the stronger material. You don't have to worry about the whether it's got all the ridges in it. Whereas resin is much smaller in print area, but a lot better on the detail. I don't even know if you have to sand it before you start, like, doing primer coats. I never tried. Just doing this. Okay. Ugh. Are they? I don't remember when I was doing a lot more printing back in the day. I don't remember what I used for my average layer thickness. It's been a few years. I can't imagine how long that takes, though. 0.02 millimeter layer width? Really? Yeah, I was using an Ender 3 Pro. I still have it. It still works. I just haven't had any call to print anything of late. No. Oh. Oh yeah, that would make sense. If you were doing some, God, I can't remember what that. There's basically, like, if you know what the Ender 3, what its frame is made of, there's some much larger, much sturdier versions of that are like 3-inch square stuff. And you use actual, like, bolt size, like 3/8 bolts. And then if you start using, not auger, but the screw method, you can get like insane precision. So long as your motor to belt is tensioned properly, anyways. I suddenly can't remember what the screw drive is. There's a name for it. I am kind of. Part of me is tempted to make a printer at this point, because if I'm going to actually start doing more 3D printing again, I feel like with what I know, like, Washington is doing with 3D print laws, I don't want them to have control over it. Yeah, see, I'm how to put this? I have worked with large CNC machines before, so I know how the gearing systems for moving beds and gantries and stuff move, and have put together like CNC router tables. So, an FDM printer is basically miniature versions of those. So if I just use the big machine versions of all the parts, then it's going to have a little bit more capability than I think what an off-the-shelf printer would have. Good enough. All right. Yeah. I mean, that'd probably be the easy way. But knowing me, I would probably make it even harder, and I might buy, like, the circuit boards, but as far as motors, drives, belt's framework, I probably all make that myself. And obviously the parts that you know, you can't do the extruder is going to be, you know, you just get a good extruder. But it's gonna all be, let's see. What? Ball screw. That's what I was thinking about. So, like, this would be the best drive kind of system, or at least the most precise that I'm aware of. So basically, you put the motor or either directly onto the screw, or you can do a gearing system from motor to screw, or a belt, or a chain even. Though chain's probably not good. And then it just rotates the screw, which causes this piece to move back and forth. So this would allow you to have the most precision. And then between this and a very precise, the motors, what are those motors? I forget what they're called. No. They're specific. .5mm belts. I'm not even sure if. I suppose belt would probably be the most accurate to link the motor to the shaft. But I kind of feel like using like actual gears. No, there's a chance for wear with those. With belts, you can have tensions and tensioners. Belt probably is the better way to go. Don't use ball screws? Are you saying the belt drive is now more accurate than these things? Because I know these things, they basically cannot move if this screw doesn't move. Like, they're locked in place. Stepper motors, that's what I was looking for. Sure, but their rigidity also, makes sure everything is precise. Then at that point, it's how precise the motor is. Because, like the belts on, I only have the Ender 3 to go off of, because that's all I ever used. Those belts that move the pieces around, those can stretch. Which would not induce, superfine precision. And those belts are made to stretch over time. Or how to put it? They have give to them just for the fact that they're rubber. That's true, but I wouldn't expect. Oh, well, I think, so the motors I'm used to dealing with are let's see, probably 4 or 5 inch cubed. I'm used to using motors that are for large gantries. And they're not that much more expensive. And if I was making something that I wanted to last forever, I'd probably get something that was high grade. Whereas the little motors on most 3D printers are 1.5 cubes or so. I'm used to the ones that have let me go see what kind of torque these things usually have. NEMA stepper motor. Actually, I couldn't. I'd have to go downstairs and see what those motors are. But yeah, I'm used to big machine stuff. But if this is the kind of printing I'm doing, I'd still resin over the FDM just for the purpose of time. Because, even a fast FDM printer takes how long to print a layer? A minute plus? Whereas all the resin printers, 2 seconds of LCD on time, and then whatever time it takes to retract a centimeter, then go back down a centimeter. And then 2 more seconds of LCD on, and then retract, descend. It's just so much faster to do a single layer. And I believe... What are the... What is the... And the accuracy of the vertical height is gonna have been improved just as much as the FDM printer accuracy. And the LCDs, I believe, are at 8K minimum these days. Resin 3D printer. A $500 resin printer has a 16K resolution LCD screen. It even has a tank heating module, so it keeps the resin at a good temperature. Yeah, I can't remember. Let's see, what motors am I used to dealing with? 23 is... I'm sure I'm used to bigger than 23s. What is... Hmm, 34, maybe? Converting metric to imperial. Try and guess the size. Yes, I'm used to CNC milling, CNC lasers, router tables that are like 4x8 foot tables with giant gantries that move the whole length of the machine. That's what I'm used to dealing with. I feel like a NEMA 34 is not as big as what I'm... 42? It's 110? Yeah, 42 looks about the size. Though this picture I'm seeing is like half size. I'm used to full cubes. So I don't know if the 42 refers to, or what the number specifically refers to. Distance between holes, diameter or something. It's been a while. Oh. Yeah, I'm just going off of pictures I'm seeing. So... I wasn't the one buying the motors, I was just the ones attaching them and hooking them up. Or replacing them, because I've had a couple die. It looks like the... I could be wrong, but it looks like the number dictates like the face size, and the length would probably dictate how much torque it really gets. But I could be entirely wrong, so... I don't know. Anyways, that's what I'm used to dealing with. As far as like motors go, I'm used to doing heavy duty machines. So anytime I saw a 3D printer, I was like, oh, look at that little toy. Not that they weren't useful and didn't produce things. It's just I can either play with a 3D printer and come out with a flimsy little plastic piece that I could break in my hands, or I could go step over to the CNC mill, throw in a cube of aluminum, and get something solid. But that's just me and my machining history. Oh yeah, these motors, the ones I dealt with, they're... I mean, think a 4 or 5 inch squared cube of solid metal, basically. So yeah, you could kill someone with that thing. Easy. It's like hitting them with a brick. But probably twice the weight of a brick. Yeah. Where am I? What am I doing? I feel like I need to adjust the chest. Then again, I don't know, Everything's a little bit different based on reference material versus actual model. Let's see. Hmm. I guess I'll do the color. Mirror. Subdivision. Hmm. this so 9 inches smooth. What's going on? There's gotta be a better way to do this. Feel like I should apply subdivision. Should probably do it twice. What is going on? Actually, don't know what this looks like in the back, so making it up. Yeah. Some things just don't work in 3D, so gotta make it up. VTubers typically don't show their backside, so... Or it's covered by hair. You can kind of see it might be going down a little bit. The only thing I know is there's a ring there. I do not know that I could do this chain, though, in a 3D print. I feel like that would be something that would be very easy to break, hard to print. And it would be better to, like, you know, maybe use some actual brass chain to finish that. Yeah, like I could see, like, if you swelled the chain up to, like, there's not even, like, a hole in there anymore, it would be fine. But you'd still, like, you could easily break it just by handling it and trying to get things fitted together properly. Not to mention, like, how would you even attach it? There's no... It's too small to, like, put a peg on it. Yeah, that's the thing. And it's got to be away, like, you have to, like, attach it to this and have it, like, come away from the body enough that you can actually get an actual chain on it. I don't even know how, like, if this was a 10-inch figure, that chain would be... I mean, there's plenty of chain that is that small. Like jewelry chain. Small brass chain. Oh yeah, you could definitely get some like super tiny stuff. Like, of course not. Oh, I'm in edit mode, that's why. So, like, you know, tiny chain. Granted, I don't know how this chain in particular connects and disconnects to stuff, so... But you can get stuff that's tiny, tiny. Oh. I mean, yeah, I suppose you can just get some relatively thick brass wire, make a ring out of it, and just have a loop, like a pretty stiff like a loop that comes out maybe yay big with a hole in it, and then you could put that ring through it, and it would be hidden by the hair for the most part. Then you still have to figure out how you attach the other sides. Oh, that's going to be one of the last things I think about with this model. All right. So I have to make decisions. Human legs with a tattoo, or her dragon legs. It's somewhat spiky because it's made of feathers. And then I still have to figure out how I'm doing the wings. It's been a long time since she's really used this model. This is 2 models ago. Not that she doesn't use it from time to time, but I just can't remember. I want to say she probably has the harpy legs more often than not. Yeah, like in her, I know in her Pharaoh model, the last one, like she was always using the harpy legs, which were even more bird-like. Like these are more like, they kind of almost look like fur to me, but yeah, she had actual like bird legs for her Pharaoh model. And her current one is now the alien, so she's got alien legs, which are like the bird legs. So in this one, they're both more human, either way. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, for 3D print purposes, this would be not that bad of a place to be able to cut the legs off the torso. Whereas on the human legs, I would have to put some kind of band if I need to cut a leg. So I guess I'm leaning towards doing the harpy legs. Oh yeah, that's, most people don't even really consider what you need to do for 3D printing when they're making models. Unless they are specifically a 3D model printer, they don't really do that. That's why it's always so difficult to convert a game model into a 3D print model, because they did not design it with 3D printing in mind. Nothing's manifold. There's too much mesh that is just 2D planes. And they all need to be solidified and worked over and sculpted better. There's something about the face and maybe the hair. Something's I don't like about it. But I can't put my finger on it. All right. The bat-like wings, or the little dragon wings, they're also going to be a kind of a pain in the ass to attach. I feel like these just have to be made thicker in general because it's a membrane wing. Definitely have to make where they attach back here more solid. I should make this a little thinner. I'm thinking more of the connection when you go to glue them together. I mean, I could do... I've seen it where... How to describe it? You do the square peg thing, right? And then what people will also do is... Yeah, I should go see how they do that. They use a Dremel to drill a hole in both ends, and then they put a piece of wire in so that they, have a more solid fit when they go to plug things together. That would help. But I'm just thinking about the small size connection to the back, because the wings are only going to be like probably the size of these 5 quads. And when this thing's miniaturized down, that's going to be like what? Maybe 1/4 inch, maybe 3/8 total. So the square peg is going to have to be smaller than that. Unless... Potentially... So I'm gonna be doing like feathers that poke out here and there. I might maybe make enough in one spot so that you could break the tail. and like the base segment of the tail could also be the wings could come out of it, maybe. I don't know about that. Yeah, the chains. I mean, she has in her. This is her action model. She's got the chains on it, but I mean, it also depends on if she even has the wings to begin with. Because a lot of times, like especially like if she's gaming or something, she won't have her wings out because they just take up so much space. I also don't know how I'm doing the big wings yet either. If I'm going to use a bunch of actual feather mesh and then merge and whatnot, or if I should just start with like a big plain, subdivide it a shit ton, and then start sculpting feathers. I haven't quite decided which it's going to be yet. And then, like the hair is going to have to be adjusted to allow for the wings to come in and plug into the shoulder blades, it looks like. It looked like they're up at the shoulder. Yeah, they're on the shoulder blades. And this isn't even really considering like what we're doing for the pose yet. Like I know what the pose is going to be. She doesn't do it as much now, but back in the day, especially when she was using this model, she would do her giveaways for anyone younger than 18. And if you know Tricky or the rules to her chat, you're not supposed to be in there if you're not an adult. So anyone who said or tried to get into the said giveaway would end up getting banned. Yeah. So her giveaways were like your choice of PlayStation, an Xbox, a Switch, or like a Steam gift card of equal amount. So the idea me and her had last night was her sitting on like an oversized PlayStation, Xbox, and a Switch, and holding like gift cards. Specifically, we were thinking, hey, she always said that she was going to do the giveaway for the adults at some point, for like actual consoles and stuff. She hasn't ever done that, and then the idea come, oh, it's for the adults. So we are making an adult model. So I'm probably going to make this without the bandages for one print. The torso print will have with and without bandages. And she'll be using the cards to loosely cover up. While sitting on top of the consoles. That, or like I could put her in like a beanbag with the consoles sitting around. I haven't quite decided. I'll have to wait for the ads. bit longer. Okay. I know how to do that. It's just... The only difference is I'm changing the feet. Welcome back. And... shipped isn't the right word, but yes, this will be a model for sale. At least the STL files, the 3D print files will be. I haven't done a lot of painting, so I don't think I would be that great at like making painted models for people. But I mean, you never know. I might, because I am gonna try and paint one. Because first of all, I gotta print one successfully before I could sell the STL. And then, I gotta paint it, right? I can't not paint it. And I guess if it's good enough, maybe I will put up an option for, just buying a finished painted model. I have an airbrush. I've got the paints I think I need. I just have to get the airbrush hooked up to our compressor, which is way overrated, but... Well... I mean, if it's making me money. Plus, it would be something different to stream. It would be nice if I could set up like a camera over like the paint booth and stream that rather than 3D models all the time. Lag? Have you? Yeah. That's kind of the worry is... I feel like it's one of those hobbies where like, oh, I gotta buy another 20 paints at $5 a pop. But I mean, at the very least... Well, with Tricky here... Skin, there's what, 1, 2, 3 main colors, 4 if you count the hair, 5 for that, then 6 for gold, 7 for the emerald. Need some actual black. I don't know, I've got a I've already got a thing of paints. The game color paints. It's just the introduction pack though, so I'd have to mix up like skin colors. I've never even opened this thing. I've had it for years. When I first got 3D printers, I got this expecting to paint, just never got around to it. And the one thing I don't know about is how quickly you actually go through these paints with an airbrush. Oh, paints don't, like, go bad over time. That would suck. I can tell these have separated their colors a little bit. I don't know if they just need a lot of shaking. But yeah, it would be a fun break for streaming to take the model into real world and actually paint it. The only thing is I don't know like where or how I'm gonna set up like a spray booth. Like I know I've got places where I could, but it's like out in the main shop area, and like people come in and out all the time, and there might be extra noise. And then I have to be able to move from this computer that I'm at now to out there without having to restart the stream. Granted, I'm dual PCing right now. I would need another PC out there. I probably wouldn't run VTuber model. I'd probably just like a PNG or something. And a webcam, so I don't have to have a strong computer. Yeah, I think that's what I have here. What is this? This isn't even 1 fluid ounce. This is like half a fluid ounce. They're like 2-inch bottles. Though I think these were like for painting minis. Though, if I remember right, when I was looking up, you add a lot of thinners and water and stuff to these, so you could say that even a half-ounce bottle actually makes a full ounce of paint for the airbrush. Yeah. I just know that I've watched a bunch of videos on using an airbrush, and they always say, unless you get paints that are specifically for airbrush, you're gonna have to put thinner in, otherwise you're gonna get clogs. So, and they usually say it's usually like a 1-to-1 ratio. The only problem with this kit here that I have, let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 16 colors. I feel like I'm gonna have to I'm gonna use up too much paint too fast just in trying to get color mixes correct. Because like, so for this model, let's say I was just painting this model as, I need the most color has to be the skin color. I don't have that skin color, but with probably the white and one of these darker browns and the tan, I could probably mix up something like that color. But I will probably either mix too much or not enough. It'd be better to mix too much, because then I don't have to worry about color matching 2 batches. But I also don't want to have like super amounts of excess and just throw the paint away. So that's like kind of the thing I worry the most about with going into 3D print painting. Well, I mean, there is that. From what I've seen, like, a lot of people will take I think there's an aerosol primer that a lot of people use that would fill in the minute gaps that the resin prints have. And they just say, use that, do the prime just with the aerosol can. Granted, I'm sure I'd be more efficient using the airbrush with whatever that aerosol paint is. But I think it comes in a few varieties, white, black, and gray. And I think most people just use gray. That way it's not that hard to go white or black. It probably really depends on the part. Like if you're painting a part that was dark, like if I was going to do these wings, I'd probably do gray or black. I wouldn't do white. But on the body, I mean, gray or white. The bandages, white. So it would kind of depend on the piece, depending on which would determine the color of the primer. Hide hair. Come on, Blender. Actually, now that I think about it, there is a big section of desk that's just to the left of my computer here. It's got a lot of other project stuff. But if I'm really switching over to painting, I could maybe use that spot. The only problem is I'm technically in my bedroom, and using airbrush in my bedroom is probably not the best idea unless I can really filter out the excess. Have a good booth. Which I don't know if I can manage. I might have to build a spray booth, put it out somewhere else, test it, and if I can reduce the fumes to nothing, then maybe I'd bring it in here. No, I don't do the resin printing in here. I'm aware that it gives off fumes. That's stationed out in the main shop area. Yeah, I did. I'm probably actually going to build my own booth. It's really not that hard. You could even, like, I've seen a video where someone made a cardboard booth that looked really impressive. It's just made out of cardboard. And I can do that easy. The only thing you have to worry about is the cubic feet per minute that the fans pull. Yeah. What are these paints? What is the gain color? It's acrylic. I don't know if it's water based or not though. It's the generic model color starter kit, so oh, acrylic water-based colors for models. Well, that doesn't mean it's good to breathe in the fumes from this, but wow. That would be impressive, because normally you hold the piece up and you spray at the piece and the fan is directly behind the piece. But if it's pulling so much air that all the particles just split around the model. Wow. Yeah, I heard it was something like for a 2.5 by 1.5 foot opening area, you want like 300-ish cubic feet per minute. So I figured a very good safety for that would be a 500 to 600 cubic feet. Especially because I don't know how much the filter will slow it down. So inline. There was a name for this kind of fan. I guess duct fan. Six-inch. So a 6-inch inline duct fan, $33. That's pretty cheap. Is 345 CFM, cubic feet per minute. That's actually not bad. That would just be one fan. What about if I do an 8-inch fan? Looks like 8-inch fans, 623 CFM. They're about $60. Oh, here's a $35 one. I wonder if that's gonna give out on me. A $45 one. I'm sure it's gonna be loud. Squirrel cage. Yeah, there's... I wonder if I could find that cardboard one again. But I mean, you can... And I probably have one, but just like a plastic tote that's not being used anymore. Granted, I don't know how, those are actually pretty big, so I don't know if that might be require a bigger fan. Airbrush booth. Yeah, I think this is yeah. So Firefox. God damn it. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta. For whatever reason, since I started stream, any YouTube video I try to open says this content isn't available. Try again later. I am wondering if my ad blocker is the cause of YouTube's just being extra upset these days. Refresh. Yep, it's the ad blocker. That sucks. Just straight up not letting me watch videos if I have an ad blocker now. But, yeah, see, this was one I saw. I mean, I might do this, or I might actually, you know, go get some 1/4-inch plywood or something. But it's pretty simple. Yeah, the YouTube is like they don't do it to everyone all at once. They try different things for different people. And then if like something works really well, then they'll roll it out to everyone. So yeah, I could do something like this real easy. And if it only costs like $40 for a fan, that's super easy. I feel like it'll cost more for me to get my my airbrush connected to the air system in the shop. With that, I'll have to buy hose and fittings and a regulator. What I assume one of you have done airbrushing before. Do you know what the PSI is for an airbrush? Because if I hook up into my shop's compressor, I'd have to tone down 40 psi. That's not that bad then. The shop air pressure is anywhere between 80 and 100 psi. So yeah. This is nice though. It looks like he printed a magnetic attachment for the hose. Yeah, that's what I hear. Like it's not bad to have a little regulator at the bottom of the brush, the airbrush, so you can adjust it a little bit. Is it normal to just hold the pressure button down all the way the whole time, or can you actually regulate the air pressure by pressing less hard, not pushing it all the way down? I haven't used the airbrush before. I've only used paint guns. Too many windows open. Yeah, is it? I can grab that. It's right here somewhere. Go. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely an older airbrush, but it's never been used. It was just sitting around the shop. But it's, let me pull it out. It's probably a good one, but. So yeah, it's definitely a push down and pull back. So down for air and back to open up the cup. Pull the needle out, right? The link to this video? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Cardboard would be really easy. Another thing I thought would also be really good. I don't know if the dollar store still has it, but they always used to sell like styrofoam boards. So you could definitely use that, and I think that might be I don't know if that'd be better than cardboard or not. Not sure. Guess it depends on if you've got cardboard on hand. The styrofoam boards, you'd probably need like what, one for each side. 4, 5, 6, 7 boards. So less than $10 in the styrofoam, if they still have them. I don't know that they do. Yeah, I used a bunch of it back in the day to build some like RC planes out of styrofoam, and then I just hook all the motors and electronics in. It was great for that. And if you ever needed reinforcement, you would just add like what do you call them? Not toothpick, but popsicle sticks. Or skewers. Yeah, that should be a pretty easy spray booth to set up, and it looks good too. And the filters, I don't know, what's Amazon? Spray booth filter. 4-pack of filters for $20 on Amazon. Granted, that guy used just, Home Depot stuff. I don't know what that would cost. I'd probably look up air filters and find out what the best ones are. Especially, like, if I put this thing here next to this desk, then I definitely would want whatever the best filter is that I could get. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Then again, why not? Why not? I'm gonna need to know this stuff anyways. Oh yeah, I gotta remember drain holes for the resin. Okay. I feel like there's more detail I could do on the body. Well, I probably should wait until I get it into the final pose to do any body details. Okay, so requirements now. I think I have to do these legs. 'Cause right now, I can cut the head, the arms, either up here or down there. She doesn't have these on her actual model, but she's got something going on. And up here on this reference, she's got one of these here. So I just put a second one. Let me actually get this material. Yeah. It's been a while since I've used this. The slicer. I downloaded Chitubox. Is that what I downloaded last night? Oh, this is still up. This shouldn't be here anymore. I've been working with two models this whole time. What did I? Yeah, Chitubox. Only because I think I used Lychee in the past, but I think it was free back then. Did he say what paints he was using? I wasn't paying attention. Right back here. Green Stuff World? Is that something in America? Green Stuff World. I'm seeing some. Special effects, paint metals, miniature paint. It looks like $36 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bottles. And there's 17 milliliter bottles. How much are these that I have? Okay, so these ones I have are 17 milliliters. So, shit, how much was this thing when I bought it? This is the one I found. Let me look up this game color introduction. What's that? Wait, is Vallejo game color? Did they then what? How did this work? I thought they were two different brands. Maybe either they changed the name or got bought. looks like it's about $50 for, you know. I assume leather is skin tone. Or has a lot of skin tones, anyways. So you do a leather and metal, and then a standard color kit. I don't know what the advanced set is. I feel like with Tricky, I'd have to add a little bit of red into whatever skin color got chosen. Yeah, I feel like no matter what happens, I will have to mix colors. Unless I get like one of the 200 paint kits or something. Yeah, see, painting in an airbrush, this is something that's going to be entirely new to me. Yeah, I'm thinking I might need to go here soon. I'm at, what, 8 hours? What time is it? It's 9:30. I've got some other stuff I do need to do. This isn't a bad start. I feel like I'm getting the head wrong somehow. Or maybe it's just that we're missing, you know, things that will be painted on. There's no blush, I don't know. Well, that's something else I have to figure out to do, is dealing with tapes. I'm getting distracted by the video. Alright, so it's the legs I have to do next. I'm going to... Actually, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Interesting. I remember back when I was first looking at 3D print painting for like minis, I know they did like washes and stuff for like crevices and stuff. It was just, slather on a dark, very translucent color and then wipe away everything that's on the easy to get to surfaces. Alright, so I'm gonna grab up to there. Maybe we'll just go all the way. I can delete things later. Duplicate. Mesh, separate selection. There's the extra set of legs. Get rid of skin color. Do. Well, it's gonna be legs, but we'll grab black feathers. Duplicate legs. Sculpt. Inflate. Not that hard. Okay. So I'm gonna need to cut off here. I didn't get everything. Okay. And name this RP legs. Body. What's this? Shoulder feathers. What is this? Forehead feathers. For now, we can hide this. And oh, your video ended. Well, let's just go to another. Why not? Okay. Right, this is done by weight painting. So over here, at the bottom, new leg alpha. Wait. I need to finish that game, by the way. I started it on stream and I just got too busy doing other things. I need to finish Expedition too. I got a lot of games to play on stream. It's just work. Okay, that should do what I need. Oh, that could actually have been bad. Okay, good. Auto normalize wasn't checked. I would have just broken all the leg weights. I suppose that doesn't matter in the end because those legs won't be here, but all right. We need mask. Turn those on because why not? I named it leg alpha. Invert. There we go. Legs are still there, but we no longer see them. Do I have enough leg, though, is the question. I think so. I can always undo a little bit. An edit mode or something? No, I've got it selected. Let's see how this looks. Ooh, that shouldn't exist. That's super weird. Okay, maybe in weight paint it just looks different. All right. It should be more than enough leg to do this. All right. Puppy legs. What paints are those? AK? I think I've seen that brand. I don't think they're any cheap. They have decent ratings. 4.5 and better. A lot of 5.0s. These boxes don't say how many are in. Okay. Oh, that seems kind of cheap, kind of expensive. 26 bucks for 6. Six paints. Oh. That's just something I will have to think about later. Playing with different brands and... How to go about... How to go about this? Okay. I don't know if that's a warning for not having the clothing on it, or am I in the wrong category? Or if it's don't like color without clothing. Wait, what category am I on Kick? Where? Oh, I'm in VR chat. I guess this isn't that far off from it. I can switch that to art. Or digital art. I assume that's good enough for now. I need 2 feet. I don't think these are really digi legs. And I should do one at a time. So select this. Double. Oh. Oops. I didn't realize I had that up on that window. I'm making a 3D print model tonight. Or at least making the attempt. I'm gonna do... So Tricky used to have, when she was using this model a lot, she was doing a lot of quote-unquote giveaways for anyone under 18 for PlayStation or Xbox or Switch. Of course, anyone who claimed that they were under 18 instantly got banned, because it was against the rules to be in the stream, or in her stream. So the idea was, she always said that she would actually do like giveaways at some point for the adults that are here. And I don't think she ever did, but I was talking to her last night, and we thought it would be a funny idea to do an adult model. Granted, I'll do one with the bandages and stuff too, where it's her sitting on an oversized like knockoff Xbox and PlayStation consoles, and using like Steam gift cards to loosely cover herself. And I wanted to start doing like 3D prints. So I asked her, and then that was the idea we came up with. Yeah, I've had one for a while. It's just I never really used it. I've got 2. One for, well, one is the, where you have the spool. And then the other one is the standard, not standard, but resin printer, which is what you would use for minis or figures, just because they have a much nicer resolution, typically. I will have to, and it will give me a break. Instead of just modeling, I can have streams where I'm like airbrushing the models and fitting them together. What is that? Yeah, so I always wanted to do like say like Gundam models, like airbrush and assemble Gundam stuff. But those things are expensive. Yeah, I was curious what that foil was, because it was like transparent emerald. And I know like you've got gold foil, gold leaf, but this maybe it's not transparent, and it might not be transparent. It may just be like a green gold leaf. But yeah, 3D 3D prints, and I have permission to sell, so it's another reason why I was doing it. And thinking of doing this over, say, Gundam models, because I can't make and then sell Gundam models and call them Gundam models. But I can ask the VTubers if I can make 3D print models of their characters. I might be able to do Melody. I haven't asked. And I probably want to have at least a decent quality before I do that. Yeah, well, I mean, not so much for Melody, because I mean she's got a lot of 3D modelers. Because she's got like games that she's making. So she's got like a team of 3D modelers. Yeah, look up A Nut Between Worlds. That's the game she's been making. Ooh, I didn't notice. That would be kind of cool. UV reactive pigments. Yeah, Melody's got stuff brewing. And she hasn't actually done a whole lot of like 3D VTubing content because she hasn't had a place to do it in a while. And she's in Japan now, and I bet that makes it twice as hard to find a place that's got enough room for VR. But I do work for Melody. I'm gonna do a comic thing for her, which I probably should get off here sometime soon and finish the script for that, but I can't do that on stream. So, because if you know Melody's content, it's not stream safe. At least this content wouldn't be. When was the last time she streamed, anyways? Nope. Forgot. Don't touch this one. Use this one. think it's been a little bit. I think she has ran into some issues. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Part of me wants to just like stay streaming all the time, but I feel like it might not be great for viewership because there'd be a lot of times where like I can't show anything on stream, where probably just my model sitting there and maybe videos in the background. And there'd be a lot of time where I'd just be sitting there talking to myself. Kinda. I don't have the viewership to keep me actively engaged the 16 hours a day or whatever that I'm awake. Yeah, I mean, it would essentially be for good amounts just chatting. But I'd also, I'd have to focus on other things too. I just don't know how it would work. But I know, like, the more you stream, the better off, the stream becomes. At least to a degree, anyways. Huh. Oh, you can probably hear. Oh, wait, no, I haven't had Firefox Audio this whole time. Alright. Here, we'll jump to this one, whatever it is. Space Marine? How about not a Space Marine? How about, something else? Actually, let's just go to that last one, and we'll see what else they do. Hmm. Sec. Here. Loving Twitch for sure. What do you mean nothing to get zombified? Or do you mean like in comparison to YouTube where, you know, you got shorts that you just scroll through for hours without noticing? Yeah. Let's see. 3D print. Looking for a good video. Maybe not that one. But... There's a Zenless character. Alright, have a good one. I'm probably about done though. Let's see. I want to get the base of the foot. This should be easily solved. Kind of feel like that maybe should have been right here. Who cares? This is gonna be a sculpt in the end anyways. I think I'll need to model the toes before I attach them. I wonder if I should ask her if she has the 5th claw, or if this claw is supposed to be the raptor claw. What I want. Suppose what I want is the subdivision applied. Which means I need to separate this because I can't apply the other. You will apply this. Save. Okay, that works now. That's good. It wasn't working earlier today. Still isn't as big as I need it. This is more of a one of the other three. Oh, I just realized I have these backwards. Okay. This isn't bad for first day, so. I think I'm gonna raid Uzu. She looks like it's her birthday and she's opening V cards. I'm still waiting for my V cards to come in. Alright, so next stream, finish the feet. Get the upper portion of the legs closer to this. Start adding little spiky bits. Same with the tail. Then we'll have to figure out how the wings are going to go. And I think the hair needs readjustments. So we will figure that out. And I guess we can start working on the actual bandages. Yeah, it'll probably be a few days before I come back. I've got stuff to do that I can't necessarily stream. Stuff I've been putting off that needs done. Anyways. Have a good one. Have fun with Uzu. I'll catch you later.